Hello.
Hey, Steve. How are you? Enjoying summer, I hope?
Uh, yeah. We got back to where I volunteer in a garden. Today's the first day since March of 2020 that the public was allowed to come and visit our garden today.
Oh, wow. Well, that's a big day because otherwise all that hard work gets seen by the people who did the hard work and that's it.
Yeah, so it was nice. We probably had about 30 or 40 visitors today, so it was good.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's terrific.
yeah, it was good. And then I went to the hardware store in Walnut Creek, forgot my mask, and just walked in. I'm like, oh, and they said, don't worry, you don't need it anymore. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. It was fun. I'm on a different computer today, so I'm I'm glad I can get on. Now I'm going to see if I can get myself on here. Let's see. Oh, there we are. Okay. And yeah. Oh, I don't have an MOFD background. You have a new background, Craig, I see.
Yeah, I'm on a different computer and my
Oh,
other
okay.
backgrounds weren't there.
Same here. Oh,
Oops, sorry.
there we go. I don't want you to see my messy room that I'm in, so.
I gotta figure out how to make my, oops. That's not good. One. Use. There we go. That's what I want. Hi, John. John, are you there? Oh, there. That's looking. Whoa. Hi, John.
Hi, Craig. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, a little different scene.
Well, you guys are very observant.
Yes. You left Yosemite.
It's true. Not that I was really there anyway, of course. I think this is actually Italy, but
Oh, okay.
it was the only thing I had on this computer that wasn't, family pictures kind of stuff.
Ah.
Well, Michael. There he is. It's working, Michael.
Here we go. Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Steve, what is your background? It's
I don't even see it.
Oh.
Let's see. I'm not sure.
It's pretty wild. I don't know.
Oh, here we go. Let's see. Gallery. Let's see where we are. Down here. That's funny. I don't even see it.
Huh.
Oh, there it is. It's a pond in the botanical gardens in San Francisco.
Cool.
It's my wife's computer, so I'm using whatever she has. Michael, you're in Costa Rica
I'm sorry.
I'm in Lake Tahoe.
How are you?
with a Costa
Yep.
Rica shirt on.
Yes.
Where are you in Lake Tahoe?
We are in South Lake.
Nice.
Yep.
We're
Beautiful
on the West Shore.
beautiful little log cabin.
Cool.
Yep.
little clock here. Okay. So
I am on a new laptop, so when we go off here, you might need to give me an extra 30 seconds to figure it out, but I'll be there shortly.
no problem.
Is it blazing hot in Orinda?
No, I don't think it was blazing hot.
Yeah, no, they were expecting a big heat wave, and it was beautiful up here yesterday, but it's overcast today.
About 80 in Oakland.
Yeah.
Hey, John, how are you?
Good.
I get to continue being recorded. Okay, so it is 5 o'clock somewhere, according to my computer. So should we call the meeting? I think there are, oh, I guess we're missing Director Bates.
I believe Director Bates is at work today, and he sent me a text a little bit ago and said that he was getting ready to go on a call and that he will do his best to join.
Okay,
So maybe we can give him another minute. I can shoot him a text now
okay.
and see if he's still at an incident. And we'll go, just give me a second.
Hi, Chief.
Evening, sir. How are you tonight?
Good.
Good.
Hey, great show. Great show on Monday night.
Oh, at the CERT meeting? Thanks, sir. I
Yeah.
appreciate you.
Very good.
Appreciate you coming. We certainly.
As usual.
Thanks. Well, I shudder at the thought of people who have seen it more than a couple of times because the jokes all sound exactly the same. But
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
hopefully it gets
It's
the
all
message
good.
out.
Sometimes you
I
have to,
think-
you know how it is with kids at school and other people, and sometimes you have to hit them with the same thing over and over and over again. They'll get the message.
We're certainly testing the bounds of that theory, sir.
Yes. 2 feet, 1 feet, 6 feet, 10 feet. We got it.
Okay,
I have not gotten a reply from him, so that would be indicative of him being at an incident.
okay, great. So then I'll call the meeting to order. Marcia, can you take a roll call?
Director Bates is absent. Director Danziger,
Here.
Director Donner,
Here,
Director Jex,
Here.
President Jorgens.
Here. Okay, so item 2.0, open public comment period. So do we have any public comment on items on the closed that aren't on the closed session agenda?
We do not have any hands raised, and we have not received any written public comment.
Okay, so then I will close the public comment on items that aren't on that agenda. And then I will also, it's the next one, there we go. So now we will adjourn this meeting. I move that we adjourn this meeting to the closed session, and the open session will begin at 7 p.m.
Second.
I just want to tell you too, I'm on a different computer and this one takes a little bit longer to boot up. So I might need a couple of, just a few extra minutes.
we'll
Okay,
see y'all
I think
short-
several of
see
us
y'all
have that problem at the moment. So
Okay.
we'll all see everybody on the other side at some point.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Great.
Glorianne, do you have another link to a different room that we're supposed to be in?
This was the one that said this was it for closed session. Let me go check again.
I can resend you the links right now.
Thanks, Marcia.
There we go. Hi, Marcia. Hi, John.
Hi.
Okay, we're all back.
Yes, welcome back. Did you get my email, Steve?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. I sent you something.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So I think we're still missing Director Donner, right?
Hi, Miriam.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hi,
We do.
I'm good.
Aha, there it is. Right on time.
Hello.
There it is. Welcome back. Right on time as usual.
Yes, sir.
So I think we have a quorum, and last we knew, Director Bates was he left the other meeting. So, Marcia, can we have the next slide so we can get things started again? Okay, so I will reconvene the meeting with item of the Moraga-Orinda Fire District with item 4. Call the meeting to order, and Marcia, could you have a roll call, please?
Director Bates, absent. Director Danziger,
Here.
Director Donner,
Here.
Director Jex,
Here.
President Jorgens.
Here. Thank you. Okay. Here we go. So there is nothing to report from the closed section items 3.1 through 3.4. So at this time, item 6, we will open public comment for items that are not on the rest of the agenda for tonight's meeting.
So we have one hand raised, and I've also we received 2 written correspondence earlier today. Both comments were forwarded to the directors at 12:14 p.m. and posted for viewing on our website. The comments were received from Red Smith and Steve Cohn.
Okay, thank you.
And we did receive those. I mean, I did at least.
I am calling on Laura Abrams.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Laura.
Am I unmuted?
No, we can hear you.
Laura, we can hear
Okay,
you.
great. Okay. Good evening. My name's Laura Abrams. I served 12 years on the Orinda City Council, twice as mayor. I worked to create the fire district before I was elected and during my early years on the council. I am here to formally present a petition from 1,150 residents of Moraga and Orinda, and I will be reading the petition verbatim. The petition is a demand for MOFD Director Greg Bates' recusal due to conflict of interest, petition dated June 16th, 2021. The undersigned 1,150 members of the MOFD community request that you recuse yourself from the firefighters' employment contract negotiations due to the significant appearance of a conflict of interest. As per MOFD's governing documents, a board member shall be disqualified to vote on a matter by reason of actual or apparent conflict of interest. You are an active member of the same countywide firefighters union as the MOFD firefighters. As an MOFD board member and active union firefighter in Contra Costa County, you will be conflicted negotiating against your own personal union president on behalf of the Moraga and Orinda citizens. As a Contra Costa County union firefighter, your employer will likely use the MOFD contract results to benchmark its negotiations for its next union contract, of which you could likely be a direct financial beneficiary. The firefighters union outside money provided 90% of the funding for your election campaign in 2018, as well as for your fellow board members, Steve Danziger and Michael Donner. Your recent placement on the agenda of an item for MOFD to study giving up local control by merging with Confire, as recommended by the Confire union president, has proven to be vociferously and unambiguously rejected by hundreds of citizens of Moraga and Orinda and the respective town and city councils. Your union brethren would directly benefit from an MOFD merger with Confire, while the citizens served by MOFD would not. As a result of the above, the communities you have been elected to serve no longer trust you as the community representative, have lost faith that you have the residents' best interests at heart, and believe that you place as a priority outside interests above Moraga and Orinda citizens. Any serious-minded person understands this to be a glaring conflict of interest, and we implore you to do the right thing. We demand that you recuse yourself immediately from all MOFD union contract negotiations. This is respectfully submitted by 1150 concerned residents of the Moraga-Orinda Fire District. On a personal note, my personal comments are as follows. Director Bates is clearly a well-respected member of the community, parent, coach, deep roots in Moraga. No one is attacking him personally. That is not the intent. But to put it simply, you cannot serve two masters. You cannot negotiate the best union contract for your constituents who are paying the bill on one hand and negotiate against your union president and your fire suppression brotherhood on the other hand. You are between a rock and a hard place. It is an unfortunate position. But when Director Bates took his oath to serve the community, he accepted that responsibility. On the other hand, it's hard to bite the hand that feeds you. This answer is simple. Walk away from the negotiating table and leave it to the remaining 4 directors to negotiate. Then there is no question of your loyalties or your intentions. You would leave 4 directors who are well equipped to handle the situation. This debate will not go away. There is passion and determination from both communities to have this process be legitimate and without tarnish. Please do the right thing, as many in both communities have done before you, and step away from your apparent conflict of interest in this matter. And I don't know if you can see me, but we will be delivering this petition and the signatures, all of which are real and all of which are from the community. And we have them all here, many pages of people who feel very strongly on this issue. I'm going through all of them. So this will be delivered to the fire district in its entirety. Any questions?
None for me.
Director Bates is not in attendance at the moment, by the way, Laura.
Well, I'm sure he'll be able to review the tape from tonight's meeting, and hopefully he will understand the passion and the determination behind the residents of the community, very distinguished residents of the community who have taken this position. On a personal note, again, on a very personal note, this has nothing to do with labor. Certainly not for me, as someone who has worked hand in hand for the 12 years I was on the city council with some of the labor greats in Contra Costa County, including the predecessor to the current president of the firefighters union, Lou Paulson. This has to do with conflict of interest, with the apparent strong conflict of interest and our repulsion at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Laura.
We have one more hand raised. I am calling on Mark.
Okay, welcome, Mark.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Excellent. So I talked 2 meetings ago, and so this is on fire hydrants inspection. and my wife Lauren talked last meeting. And there's a few things I want to bring up again. When I talked 2 meetings ago, I mentioned that the fire hydrants hadn't been inspected since 2008 on an annual basis. Another thing that I mentioned was that, several fire hydrants around me, they were either not easily visible from the road or really just covered in junipers and things like that. And furthermore, there weren't these blue decals. Sadly to say that hasn't changed, especially with the blue decals. It's something so simple, essentially, the guys could probably just hang out of the truck and put them on the road. That's trivial. So why there's this absence of effort or care is a little baffling, especially since Chief Winokur last meeting mentioned that he was going to do this. The last meeting, Michael Ambrose spoke, and I think it was quite an eye opener, probably to most of us, that the hydrants were on average for the East Bay Mud District were inspected once in every 35 years. That's shocking. And furthermore, someone asked, I think it was on the board, of those 820 hydrants they inspected last year, how many were, failed inspection? And he said none had. And that's shocking again. Given the Bay Area with all the ground movement, we have earthquakes, we have the clay mud that things move. We know around MCC, Moraga Country Club, several fire hydrants were taken out. We have so much traffic, people could easily bump into fire hydrants, etc. We have so much construction. Not only can they bump them, but they, sometimes they turn off the water to the hydrants when they're working. And they even mentioned we have old pipes. It's really surprising of those 820 fire hydrants. They all passed the test. And I was trying to get the list the past month. I've been trying to get the list of the 820 fire hydrants that were inspected. I was curious how many were in the MOFD region and kind of why they were inspected. And I'm still working on trying to get that list. It's hard for me as an individual citizen to work with East Bay Mud. And that's one of the reasons why I think MOFD would be much better suited to do this. These past couple of months hasn't been really very reassuring on this whole issue. And
that
this is
concludes our 3 minutes.
Okay, well, I'll be quick. The last speaker was longer too. It seems like it really comes down to this. We're just hoping on a prayer that these hydrants work, and they usually do work. They have worked, but they always haven't worked. The fire around MCC proves that. So I'm really asking MOFD and the people on the board is really to prioritize annual inspection of the fire hydrants. This is a very important issue that has been swept under the rug for way too long. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
She gave Mara Richards a lot more time last month to talk about her fabulous fire hydrant.
President Jorgens, I have a comment regarding
Good.
Mark's last comments. This is Director Donner speaking. And coincidentally, in the last couple of weeks, I have seen MOFD out testing hydrants and color coding the hydrants. And then also just to kind of clarify something, even if construction is being done around a fire hydrant, they're unable to physically turn them off. That requires a special key by East Bay Mud that is a street location. So just want to give you some clarity that even though the construction is being done around a fire hydrant, a contractor or a construction crew does not have the ability to turn that hydrant off. Just want to give you some reassurance there. And I physically personally have seen MOFD crews out there inspecting hydrants in the last 2 weeks.
Yes, sir. Our annual inspection process is underway. There are a number of hydrants to inspect. There are also wildland season, prescribed fire, chipping, a myriad of other things that we are doing. I certainly share the concern about having access to reliable hydrants that Mark raised, but I would also point out that the hydrants continue to be owned and operated by East Bay Mud, and the East Bay Mud Board of Directors would be an excellent place to make sure your concerns are understood. And if staff is being unresponsive to your request for the list of hydrants that were inspected and tested, and you do not believe that their inspection and testing regimen is up to snuff, I would strongly encourage you to forward that concern to your elected representative, because with East Bay Mud, you are not only a customer, you are also a constituent.
I would just echo what the chief said, and Marguerite Young is the representative for Moraga-Orinda.
We have one more hand raised. I'm calling on Dora Sue.
Welcome, Dora. You're on mute, Dora. Marcia, I'm not sure if that's us mute.
I'm mute. Can you guys hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Fred Seal. I'm husband of Dora Seal. She's got the equipment. That's why I use her equipment to do this one. I am a resident on 106 Tappan Lane in Orinda. And I'd like to put in a petition to extend the time for me to clear all the abatement. I am about maybe 50% complete because of the size of the property and also the fact that everything needs to be limbed down 6 feet from the ground up. That is a lot of hauling of coyote bushes and so on. So I would request an extension for 3 to 4 weeks from today before I can complete. But in terms of fire hazard, most of the thing close to the house and it's already clear. It's only the roadway, the Tappan Lane there. I got about 300 foot of frontage, which is a lot of work.
This is on our agenda, President Jorgens.
Oh, is he actually?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Sue, you're actually speaking at the wrong time right now. You're actually going to be later on, actually I think next on the agenda. So it's really
I'm
more
sorry.
appropriate for you to talk at that point.
I thought they say this thing started at 7 o'clock. That's why I'm kind of hurried. I apologize.
Okay, no problem. The meeting does start then, but we have an agenda and you're on the agenda. But thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was the same name. I do also have a comment back on the first comment. Miriam, I see you're on the phone, and I know you're taking John's place tonight. So, given that we knew that Laura Abrams was going to be speaking, he actually said that he thought it was appropriate, given that petition, that he was going to write up a memo and submit it to the California Fair Political Practices Commission for review.
That is correct. He's going to seek an opinion of the FPPC. Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, Marcia, do we have any other comments?
We do not have any more hands raised, and we have not received any written public comment.
Okay, so then I will close the public comment on items that are not on the agenda and move on to the public hearing, item 7.1, public hearing on a failure to comply with the notice to abate order for the following properties. Declare properties a seasonal and recurrent nuisance and order fire chief to abate the properties. And then we have a presentation, I believe, from either our fire chief or from fire marshal.
Good evening, directors. The next item before you is item 7.1. In accordance with the California Health and Safety Code, California Fire Code, the Board of Directors must hold a public hearing to allow property owners the opportunity to show cause why the official notice to abate order should not be enforced. On October 28, 2021, All parcel owners within the fire district were mailed an informational postcard identifying the compliance deadline and detailing specific fire code requirements for exterior hazard abatement. Fire prevention staff performed an assessment of these parcels after the June 1 deadline and found the parcels to be in violation of the exterior hazard abatement requirements. The property is located at 231 Ream Boulevard, 56 Orchard Road, and 106 Tappan Lane. Were mailed a 30-day exterior hazard information letter identifying the violations that were found. An inspection was performed after the 30 days and violations were still found on the parcels. A notice to abate letter was mailed, giving the owner an additional 15 days to abate the identified violations. The notice to abate letter was identified each violation and provided a picture with a description of each violation and ways to correct the violation. A reinspection was performed after the 15 days. Violations were still found on the property. A letter was sent notifying the property owners that the district would be moving forward with a lien or abatement hearing. Conclusion, after the abatement hearing and the declaration by the board that the property violations are seasonal and reoccurrent nuisance, staff will begin the process to hire contractors to abate the violations and place liens on the properties. The three properties are 231 Ream Boulevard, 56 Orchard Road, and 106 Tappan Lane. Staff recommends the board discuss, deliberate, open the public hearing and hear public comment. Review the documentation for each property and hear from the property owner and or agent. Close the public hearing and declare properties a seasonal and reoccurrent nuisance in order the fire chief to abate the properties. And attachments are attached to your board packets.
Okay, so I guess the board is now able to ask staff questions. So the total amount of time from the first time they received a notice until now has been how long?
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interject, but I understand that Director Donner is going to recuse himself from the hearing on the 56 Orchard Road property. And I'm just concerned that, you know, some of these questions get into that property. You might want to do that at this time.
Okay.
Is that?
Because mine was just a generic question about the
Okay.
general timeframe for everybody, but.
Okay,
Would you,
just a heads up there.
Council, would you like me to log off now and have the department text me when it's okay for me to come back on? Just so there's no. Is that a good idea?
Yes, that's a good idea.
And we can do the one you're recusing yourself from first. How's that?
Okay, so President Jorgens, I am going to
Make sure somebody knows how to get a hold of you, Michael.
Steve Danzinger or Marcia. What Marcia was going to text me because I called her that I was going to recuse myself.
Okay.
Marcia will text me when it's time for me to log back on.
Great.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
So we're going to do that one first? Orchard
Yeah,
Road?
but I just had that one quick question for Fire Marshal
Yeah.
Isaacs was how long had it been since we first started this whole process with these people?
Sir, that each property is different. 231 Ream and 56 Orchard, we've been in communication and sending them notices since last summer of 2020. And then 106 Tappan, we started that process with them in March of 2021.
March, so three months ago or so, 3 or 4 months ago.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so shall we move on to which one did Director Donner recuse himself from?
56 Orchard Road.
So can we do, Marcia, is it possible to do that one first?
Yes.
Which is a different one than the one you have up?
Yes, I'm moving.
Okay, good, sorry, I just want to make sure. There we go. Okay.
Okay, and Marcia, could you please bring up my PowerPoint? You're gonna have to go several slides down to get to the 56 Orchard.
So actually, it looks like, Marcia, am I supposed to open the public comment for this before we actually get to this? I guess we are, huh?
Fire Marshal Isaacs is going to present his information, and then we will provide an opportunity for the resident to speak.
Okay, that's a different order than you have it. That's okay. Good.
Okay, directors, the first property in front of you is 56 Orchard. You can see on the left slide there, parcel map, 56 Orchard is under an acre in size, and per the fire code requires complete abatement. The picture to the right is a shot taken from the front of the parcel. Next slide, please, Marcia. These were pictures that I took yesterday on Tuesday, June 15th. Numerous fire code violations present, ladder fuel overhanging the roof. The 2-foot non-combustible zone is not being adhered to. At least 4 to 5 violations under section 325 were cited in their violation letter. Next slide, please, Marcia. Again, more pictures of the vegetation. The one on the left is the back of the house. The one on the right is also the back of the house. Next slide, please, Marcia. I think we have one more. Additional slides from the backyard. We have received numerous complaints about this property, directors. And again, we've been working with them since October 28th of 2020, talking to the property owner via phone, email. Just recently, we have made contact with the property owner's son. The property owners are elderly and live out of the area. The son is attempting to clean it up. And he was supposed to be on the call this evening. I did meet with him yesterday and explain the process to him and the reason why we were moving this forward due to the numerous violations and the amount of violations of the fire code. I will answer any questions that the directors may have.
This is Director Danziger. President Jorgen's okay to ask questions?
Absolutely.
Okay. So my understanding from your material and what you just said, the house is not occupied?
That's correct.
Okay. I drove by there myself just today too, and even from the road without going in the backyard, it looks pretty bad. But it's not occupied, but there's living materials in there, right? There's furniture and things like that. It's just like abandoned. Is that what's going on here?
No, sir. I think in my discussion with the owner's son that the owner and her husband are elderly and need care, so they've moved to a care facility or something similar to that. And if he's online, he could absolutely correct me if I'm speaking there. But the house was lived in up until recently, and then they moved out.
All right.
So
it looks, just last thing is, since this started in October 2020, I don't see in your notes on the property that that anything was done. And I didn't note one note where it said, I'm looking at it right now, where it said the notice will work. The lien hearing was canceled originally.
Yes, directors, we were going to bring these 3 properties to you last month.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
The anticipated long meeting we were going to have, we removed these items.
Got it. That was my question. Why was it canceled? Okay, that answers it. That's all I have.
any other board questions? So And Marcia, you said that we're going to have a presentation on each one of these or on the whole thing, and then we're going to go over each one of them?
Yes, we're going to open the public portion of the hearing for each property, and staff then is presenting the photos for each property. And the appellant has the opportunity to now appeal and to make comment.
Okay. So is this particular appellant online and wanting to make comments?
We do have a hand raised.
Okay.
I'm calling on the last 4 digits of the number 9797.
Is this representative of the appellant?
We will need to ask when they unmute themselves. You're now unmuted.
Hello.
Hello, are you a
Hello?
representative? Yes, we can hear you. Are you a representative of the appellant on at 56 Orchard Road?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Can you tell us
I'm
your
Keisha
relationship?
DeMar. I'm the owner, and you know, I didn't get letters, but my husband is in hospice, and I was in quarantine, and I just received the letters. And this last week, we got a large dump box. I've had people come, and we do want to do what's right, and we're working on it right now. We had a 30-yard dump box that's full right now, but I did have some trees done about a month ago on the street. But I have some pictures, but I'm in my 80s and I don't understand all of this stuff, and I don't know how to send them to you.
Fire Marshal Isaacs, did you see any change in the property when you went back today?
Sir, I did not go back today. I was
Oh.
out there yesterday. There was the property owner's son and one other individual out there doing work. They are doing work. You can see the work being done, but again, due to the magnitude of violations, as you can see it in the picture, my opinion, 1 or 2 people isn't going to be adequate that we've seen in my experience here in the district. This is something where, you know, a large crew is going to be needed due to the size of the property and the number of violations. But yes, they are
The whole
making.
side of the whole front is done. The side of the garage is done, and they're working on the raspberries. And a lot's been done in the back. About 10 trees have been chopped in the back in the last 3 days. And now they're going to bring another box on Tuesday. But I'm having people cut stuff and bringing it up in front. So when the box comes, it can be, and I intended moving back in the home, but I'm waiting for my husband. He's, momentarily, he's going to be passing away. And he's on hospice, and he does not know me, but I'm his caregiver. I do want to do what's right. Hello?
Yeah, we hear you. So, Miss, do you have an expectation of when you think you would get it done? Because there's a lot to do.
I could have it done in a month. I could have everything done, but I could have a lot done in 2 weeks. Every week, I'd like to do quite a bit. I mean, I would like that much, but I would like to do it sooner if I could.
Are you hiring third parties to help you?
I mean, when my husband passes away, you know, I've got to take a few days or a week. And my son and a friend, and we've hired 2 other fellows that are doing it. But, you know, I'd like a few, I mean, I can't tell you what day or what week it's going to be. But totally in a month, everything should be done.
According to the fire marshal, this is going to take a major effort. I don't think your son and a couple of friends, unless they're really skilled at this are going to be able to handle
No,
it.
I would say a third of it's done already. I mean, if you go out there and look, over 50% of the undergrowth, almost all of the undergrowth in the front all the undergrowth. But they found a beehive and poison oak. So
Fire Marshal Isaacs, did you say you went out there yesterday?
Yes, sir. I did go out yesterday and there was you could see they were working on the problem. It's very hard with that much work to be able to identify a percentage that was complete. One thing.
we asked them to come out today because I understand that, you just don't drop anything to go look. But if you went out now, you would see how, and I think my son talked to I don't know who he talked to.
Are you able
would like
to
have more? Yeah,
would you be able to hire a couple more people to help so that you can get it done sooner?
I am already hiring some more people.
Well, I know you have two more, but
I mean, they're really working on it, and I mean, they did 20 yards, which is our 30 yards. I mean,
Sir, if I may, directors, depending on what the board decides tonight, if you decide to order the fire chief to abate this, as the chief and I have always said, education and outreach is our first option. So we will continue to work with the property owner. Having that declaration by the board, if for some reason they fall behind or they're unable to complete the work, would allow us to immediately move forward with contractors to get the work done. Just because we do this does, whatever the board decides tonight, if you were to decide to order the fire chief to abate it, doesn't mean we stop working with the property owners.
right. So, Miss, how soon do you think you could get it done reasonably and really get it all done?
Reasonably, I'd say totally in a month. Reasonably, that would be the max, but totally, I would love to get it done in 3 weeks, but if I had a month, I can guarantee it.
And President Jorgens, we do have one more hand raised.
Fire Marshal Isaacs, I just have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is the district willing to go out there if they're making considerable progress? Is 3 weeks a reasonable amount of time? I mean, from your perspective, if they're really making progress and people are out there every day working on this, is that?
Sir, if I may,
Yeah.
if I may, that obviously we always drive towards voluntary compliance. There are many reasons why it's better for a resident or a landowner to do the work themselves.
Sure.
I'll point out that we have not brought this forward several times because forward progress was being made, incremental though it be. And at some point I defer to the board because this is a political discussion of how we balance the residents' desire to do the work themselves and the slow but steady progress they are making with the broader risk of community concern and the fire danger this parcel does pose. This parcel has been the source of numerous complaints, and it was those complaints that brought us to the parcel. So there is a balancing act here, but where that balance lies, I think is a political discussion that I defer to the board on.
I guess
Could I ask a question?
Yeah, sure, please.
My son is here. Can he talk for me?
Absolutely.
Okay. His name is Ethan.
Hello, Your Honor. Here's the deal. I came back. My baby's in LA with my wife. I came up to help my parents. I wanted to spend some time with my dad before he passed. He's 80 years old. He's got dementia. It's messed up. I did not know about this. I used to have a landscape company called Go Pick a Man out of Moraga. I've already talked to tree trimmers, and we're trying to get access, talking to the neighbors about getting access to it in a dump box in the back. But it's a rental, and the house is kind of like just. And when all my brothers and sisters left, I'm 7 of 8 kids. Everybody else has their own life, and I dropped everything to come back and help. We've already we had a 30-yard contractor or dumpster dropped off, and I personally helped the guy in the last 2 days to fill it up, and it's being hauled out, and they're bringing another one on Tuesday. And there's already a bunch of trees cut in the back. There's metal around the house that it was old go-karts, bicycles that got left. We've talked to metal recyclers, and we already cleared along the garage so we can access all this stuff real easy. We ran into a beehive today. I got stung twice, and there's poison oak, and I'm looking on the internet for a guy to take poison oak out, but it's in little pockets. But I'm gonna abate at least 10 feet around the house, and I'm gonna make sure all around the perimeter is cut 8 to 10 feet. I've talked to Jeff Isaacs. I'm happy to work with you guys. I think within a month, I guarantee I can have it done. I mean, I'm on it, and we're gonna take 1 or 2 dump loads, 30 yards, the big ones, out of there But my parents, my dad was in assisted living, and that ate a lot of their available funds, and so she needs a little time just to rent dump boxes, and if you guys work with us, we're happy. And when my mom goes, she's 83 years old and she's got health issues. And I understand the fire department needs to sign off for the property to sell. And we're happy to take care of it. I got spray, my backpack sprayer's over there. And if I talked to Jeff Isaac earlier, and he said possibly Graham was going to come by, which is another fire inspector, to take pictures. I don't know if he made it or not, but my dump box is totally full and it's ready to be hauled. And I have pictures, and I talked to Jeff. I just couldn't send them because something wasn't set up on, I don't know which side, but I'm on it. And if you guys work with us, my parents are old school. They've lived in Orinda for 50 years. And we did not know about this. With my mom was on the Princess Brand that had COVID, so she went to quarantine in Travis for 3 weeks, and then other people were picking up the mail, and the person who was picking it up somehow lost the key, and other people were picking up the mail because of her key tag at the post office box address. If you guys work with us, I'm happy to get this done. And 3 weeks, I think if I really bust ass and don't see my kid, but in 4 weeks, I like my mom, I think I could really guarantee, if you guys see progress, I guarantee there will be a 30-yard dumpster box coming out of there every week.
So I guess my comment would be, I'm not sure we're worried about there are other ways to get things gone versus a 30-yard dumpster. Maybe that's the go-karts and things, but those aren't the fire code issues. I don't think it's the trees and the bushes and the things around the house.
Yeah, that stuff's already been diced, and we put it in the dumpsters and we chop it up because we every time it comes, it's $500 just the box. And then you have to pay dumping. That's $1,500, and by the time I pay some laborers, that's like $2,500 a week. We can come up with money slowly, but we just can't. My dad ate into a lot of our money when my mom was quarantined, and he went into assisted living, and we were lucky to get him out. And my mom moved to an apartment in Lafayette so she could just take, because it's on the same story. Because my dad, he can't walk, he can't feed himself, he doesn't know what's on TV. He's on hospice. He's been on hospice for 2 weeks, and I'm happy to work, but I'd like to see I'm happy to be around my family, and I miss my son, but it's in a month I can get this done, I promise.
But I think what I'm hearing the fire chief say and others is, for roughly the same money you're paying to do that, you can go hire the tree people to come and do the work for you and get it done in 2 days.
They have 3/4 or maybe 3/5 of the backyard's blackberries, and you can't run a chipper through. It's not like trees. The trees are all The trees are the easy part. It's the blackberries. And they said it was on the understory of the blackberries. And I asked them, so basically then you need to take the blackberries out. And he was like, well, if you can get to the old stuff at the bottom, but they're bushes, you know. I mean, they're still green. I mean, even with this drought, blackberries are always green. But I'm happy to trim around the house and make cut anything dead. And I came like a month and a half ago and cut a bunch of limbs because we already did the roof thing. Just because I got my mom's house in Moraga got a letter and it told like the fire code, and I didn't know about this, and I figured one of my brothers and sisters would help, so I'm stepping up to help. If you guys could work with us, that would be awesome. When I talked to Jeff Isaac earlier or yesterday, because I was there, and I asked him to come by today because there was so much progress made. And I mean, I have access to the metal. There was old bicycles, like I said, in the back, and we've talked to metal recyclers, and we're happy to clean the stuff out. We just need a little time.
So directors, what do you think? Like probably 2/5 of the trees in the back have already, and I'm taking anything down that's less than a 6 inch because I think you need a permit for that. But I'm cleaning all as much as high as I can reach. I have a pole chainsaw, and there's not very. I mean, I took out the fence, and there was a pile of leaves that kind of got stuck out on the property. And Okay, we got it. We got it.
President Jurgens,
I'm pulling that out.
I think Marcia said there was another hand raised.
Okay, no, I think this is him.
Oh, this is? Okay.
Is that right?
Oh,
Marcia?
yeah. Sorry, I pressed *9 a few times because I wanted to make my piece.
So you're identified as JB.
JB.
That is
Was it a 639-6793? Because that was my mom's phone, and
it's initial. The person who has their hand raised has initials of JB.
JB. No, I don't know that.
Well, so if they're not representing this person, I don't think we need to hear
JB.
them right now. So,
I know it's
directors,
JB,
how do you
but
feel about this one? Well, I guess first we're supposed to hear any public comments. So I guess maybe we do have to hear JB. Public comment.
That's
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Hi, my name's Jennifer Balducci. I am the neighbor that shares a good portion of the fence with the Damaras. I wanted to say that I've been hearing Ethan back there doing a lot of work for 3 days, pretty much straight. I think he was there last week too on the roof. A lot of work's been done. The dead tree gone. I'm really happy to see that a lot's being done. It did concern me, and he's here. And yeah, I wanted to shout out over the fence. I was happy to hear him back there, but there's so much loud noise I couldn't. So sorry to hear about your dad. And yeah, I hope it keeps going. Thank you.
Thank you, JB. So staff, do you have a rebuttal? It sounds like you kind of already gave your position. Directors, do you have any thoughts about what you think we should do?
Well, because this has been going on, and they're saying they can get it done in 3 to 4 weeks. I would I seem to go with what Fire Marshal Isaac said, and we go ahead and authorize the lien. And if they don't get, I hear the fire marshal said they're still willing to work with the owners for a reasonable amount of time. But I think we should go ahead and authorize the lien. And if they don't get it done, then they don't have to come back and waste use another month of having another hearing and going through the process. So I would probably be in favor of us continuing to work with the owners, but do authorize the lien if needed.
So,
And
Chief,
the
is it
owner has
Potter or
re-raised their
Director?
hand.
So I guess I would have a similar comment, but maybe a slightly different twist on it, and just say,
Okay.
look, as long as they are making progress, I'd give them the 3 weeks. Losing parent is Pop. So I would
Yeah.
give him some time.
I agree.
Okay. I agree too.
So are we okay with where we're going there, Jeff?
Yes, sir. We have understand your intent there, sir. I believe we're on to the next parcel.
Okay. So we can call Director Donner back also.
Which parcel would you like now, sir? We're kind of went out of order, so.
Pick your flavor.
All righty, let's go to 231 Boulevard. Marcia, can you pull up slides, please?
Yes, I am notifying Director Donner that he can return to the meeting. I'm sorry, what parcel did you say?
231 Ring Boulevard, please. President Jorgens, you want me to wait until Director Donner's on to begin, sir?
I think that'd be great.
He's on his way.
I guess we should have told the last person what the outcome was, but I guess they heard it.
They did, and they lowered their hand.
Okay.
Director Donner has returned.
Hello.
Okay, we're back on 231 Ream.
Okay, directors, the next property, 231 Ream Boulevard, is also under an acre in size and requires complete abatement. We started working with this property owner June of 2020. The property owner had numerous trees that had fallen in the backyard, as you can see on the picture on the right there. Property owner asked for numerous extensions and time to take care of that problem. Next slide, please, Marcia. Numerous fire code violations on this property under section 325. Dead trees on the property, trees overhanging the property, the non-combustible zones not being adhered to, the annual grasses aren't being cut. The concern we have with this property, directors, is it's taken them on the slide on the right. You can see the trees in the backyard have been cut up, but the wood is cut into rounds and has not been removed. It's taken them over a year to get that far. The concern is with the 7 dead trees that are on the property now, that as those trees start to fall, it will take another year or two to remove that dead material. Next slide, please. And again, I was out there on this past Tuesday taking pictures. So the picture on the left, directors, is the dead trees, the roof of the structure. You can see there's combustible material on the roof as well. The picture on the right is the piles from the previous dead trees. Next slide, please. The shot on the left is a picture of the backyard, and so is the one on the right. You can also see the dead trees on the property and the hazardous and combustible material there. Staff brings this to the board, asking for a declaration to order the fire chief to abate. As always, we will reach out to the property owner and try to work with them, but we haven't had any luck recently contacting them.
Okay, thank you. I guess it's now time for the appellant to make their presentation. Do we have a person representing the owner?
We do not have any hands raised, and we have not received any written public comment.
Okay.
Fire Marshal Isaacs,
Yes,
is
sir.
the house inhabited? Can you tell?
There's stuff there. When I was there Tuesday, there was boxes dropped in front. Last contact I had with the property owner in 2020, she was there sometimes, and then staying with friends and family other times. Also, we worked originally with Moraga PD on this because they had an open case for the cars that were there in the parking lot, or not the parking lot, but in the driveway that had not been moved.
Okay.
So any public comment on this? Oh, I'm sorry, board questions? More board questions? Any public comment on this?
We do not have any hands raised or written public comment.
So since there's no rebuttal by the staff because nobody said anything contrary, it seems reasonably straightforward to me.
Agreed.
Agree.
Okay, so Fire Marshal Isaacs, I think you got the direction that we need. Well, what's the next one?
I just have one question. At the end of the 3 hearings, we're gonna have a motion for all of them, right? Is that what we're gonna
Exactly.
do? Okay.
Yeah. Which I think is maybe a little different than we had done in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great question. I'm just looking through Marcia gave me a list of marching orders here. And
This is Director Jex. I do have a question. On these parcels, once we assume going forward, we on the property through the county, do we know what the financial status is of other liens on these properties, or do they have any equity in them?
We do not, sir. I have not looked into that.
so I guess his question effectively then was, if we go spend a bunch of money, we cut down a bunch of trees, and it turns out the house is underwater because they owe, the bank more than it's worth or whatever, do we end up eating the bill?
Because these last 2 homes basically are ones that were, in a sense, not occupied, or for all intents and purposes. If it is, it's irregular.
Yes, sir. We're very deliberate about that. There were a number of undeveloped parcels in North Orinda we identified last year, where between Jeff and Glorianne, they identified the taxes had not been paid on those parcels in many years, and those were probably going to be pushing 6 figures to abate. In those cases, we did not abate them because we would not had no likelihood of being reimbursed since they weren't paying taxes. So we're usually very deliberate to ensure that especially if it's large scale work, that the parcel is paying taxes and does have the ability to settle a tax lien.
Thank you.
Well, that's good for the
Great.
taxes, but what, they could have other liens.
Yes, sir. That's if they have liens that are recorded with the county, those show up on the reports.
Oh, they do. Okay.
I think that's a worthwhile process to follow.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. And the last one then, Marcia?
Directors, our last property is 106 Tappan Lane. Marcia, can you pull the slides up, please? As you can see on the slide on the left there, directors, 106 Tappan is greater than 1 acre in size. So the fire code requirements are 100 feet of defensible space around the structure, and then a fuel break around the perimeter of the parcel where it abuts or adjoins other developed parcels. And again, I was out there on Tuesday taking photos. The picture on the right was taken looking left side of the house. That picture was not from Tuesday. That was a previous picture. Next slide, please. Here's pictures that were taken Tuesday. The 106 Tappan is the house at the bottom on both the left side and right side picture, showing you the amount of vegetation on the property and vegetation within that 100 feet of defensible space zone. Next slide, please. Again, the backside of the house is on the left with the encroaching vegetation, the trees that are overhanging the roof of the structure. on the left. On the right-hand side, there's the vegetation that hasn't been limbed up within that 100 feet of defensible space. Slide, please, Marcia. Oh, is that it?
No, my mouse just doesn't work. There you go. That's the last slide.
Okay. The directors, what I want to call your attention to, the slide on the right is the car is in front of the house, and then the back. There's the requirement to create a fuel break around the perimeter of that parcel, and that's showing that that has not been done nor attempt to do that yet with all that heavy vegetation growth in there. There is a drainage in there. It's a little hard to see in the picture, but the drainage would absolutely have an effect on fire behavior in that area. Staff recommends that the board order the fire chief to abate this property. Again, with all the properties, we will work with the property owner to try to gain compliance.
Okay. So then we get to have a presentation by the appellant. He's the one that spoke earlier. Is that right, Marcia?
Correct. And he has raised his hand. I will.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good evening again. My name is Fred Siu. I'm the owner. I met the fuel mitigation manager, Gordon Graham, I think last week, either Wednesday or Tuesday. And we have gone over things. Since then, I have cleared a lot more. The backside of the house, the downhill side is pretty well 90% clear of all the coyote bush. The further down south portion there actually belongs to Peterson, the downhill neighbor. And he has never, for the 20 years that I live here, he has never cleared any coyote bush down there. But anyway, I clear my portion. Go ahead.
You're still on. Go ahead.
Okay. And also want to make a comment about the mail delivery. You know, I just got the March 11 letter delivered 2 days ago. And I can show you the thing I kept here. It say return the sender on March 11, and then it was delivered just now. And other than that, I have another correspondence on May the 3rd dated, but I think I get it in the second part of May. And then by the time I get this June 1st lien hearing, and in between there was another letter dated, the March 11th. This one I just got yesterday or 2 days ago. I just want to impress upon you guys that if it's something critical, you should actually do a register mail. Otherwise, this makes it look like I've been delinquent on my effort, and I've been doing everything to comply. And I'm 70-year-old, I'm retired. I'm not rich like the neighborhood, but I do my share. Since I moved in, I've cleared a lot of coyote bush. The main road side was nothing but overgrown with coyote bush and poison oak. And I cleared, now some part of it has grown back. And then my driveway, I realized that I didn't have that 15 feet tall clearance on some part of it. But I'm a little confused because last year when I worked with some of the younger fire muscle coming down to look at my place, his advice was cut as minimal as possible even though the letter say 15 feet, because when a tree grow, it will pick up the height and then I'll clear. Well, I don't know, some part of it is still there, and he said to leave it. But I'm willing to cut whatever is required to meet the requirement. But the thing I want to impress upon the audience is this is a 4-acre lot, and it's downhill, and the south side, the downhill side of the house have a mudslide from previous owner. And it's extremely difficult to work close to the house because of the sheer drop. And I've been trying hard to clear all those. And since my conversation with Gordon, Mr. Graham, I already cut down all the bushes right underneath the house entrance. So that's all clear. And then the backside there, the day tree and also the oak trees and so on have been cleared. And I also cut down all the coyote bush on my side of the property. So what's left is the driveway still have a few branches to cut. And then along Tappan, that there's about 400 feet of frontage. I think about 2/3 of this still have to be limbed down to that 6 feet clearance. So my son, my whole family is helping me, and I also have friends coming over to help me. So I think the major effort, I'm pretty good. I'm a contractor myself. I'm pretty good with trimming down the branches myself. But the biggest effort is to haul it up and pack the thing along the side of the road so that you guys can chip it for me. I understand that fuel mitigation chipping process is still in effect, so I need that help. And if you drive by my frontage there, you'll see that it's more than 100 feet of it has already piled up with all the cut up branches. So I would say work in progress, and I'd like to get 3 to 4 weeks extension, because basically I only got in mid-May, and only got about less than a month to work on the thing. And also when I get the other notice on 2 Marston, which I own too, I immediately take care of that one. So when I know that when I have some notification like this, I will take care of it right away. But really the March 11 letter never got to me until 2 days ago. And I would just say, you know, this is not acceptable from the post office. But I have seen my mail being delivered somewhere else, and my neighbor's mail delivered to me. That happens all the time. So basically, I just need that 3 or 4 weeks extension. And I also have some questions. On my property, there is a Bear Ridge privacy wooden sign. It's about 6 feet by 2 feet, and it's only 2 or 3 feet off the ground. I think that's a fire hazard. And I'd like you guys to confirm that is breaking the law, so I can take it back to the homeowner association to tell them to remove it, because that to me is a fire hazard too. The other thing is I overheard you guys talk about water line for the fire hydrant. My house have constant leaking water underneath my south side that causes slide, and I suspect that the water line there is leaking somehow. You can judge from the way the road is all undulated up and down like a washboard, and the homeowner association never take care of it. And even people walking up there, I felt it's a tripping hazard. It's really terrible. I do my part to clean up the place, and so I also noticed my neighbor haven't been diligent at all. I mean, they haven't been limbing up the 6 feet. And like I said, downhill Peterson, is fully grown with coyote bush. If he catches fire, it will hurt me more than anybody else. So with that, I'm a little long-winded. I apologize. Hello?
Fire Marshal Isaacs?
Yes, sir. We absolutely will help him with the chipper if he signs up for the chipping program. I noticed when I was out there Tuesday, there were a couple piles ready for the chipper. But directors, I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree with them. The roadside vegetation is nowhere near complete. The vegetation to be pushed 3 feet back, all trees to be limbed up 6 feet within 10 feet of the roadway, and no trees overhanging the roadway, or the trees that do overhang have 15 feet of clearance. Those pictures, next slide, one more down, please, Marcia. The aerial shot, you can clearly see the house, all that vegetation, and there's still brush and stuff. They may have removed some of it, but the picture speaks for itself, directors. There's still quite an accumulation of hazardous vegetation, combustible material there.
Okay.
Hi, this is Director Danziger. I mean, for the size of this property, I heard that it's over 4 acres.
Yes, sir.
It seems to me that this is not going to be something that, you know, that the homeowner and a couple of friends are going to go be able to take care of right away. I mean, it sounds like it's going to take some major abatement to go on here. He's asking for 3 to 4 weeks. You know, I'm you know, I want to hear from the other directors too, but I'm thinking do the same thing we did with the prior property. As far as authorizing the lien and having you continue to work with them and see if there's continuous progress being made for the next few weeks.
Yes, sir.
You mean the prior property or the first property?
Yeah, the Orchard Road property.
There
Sorry.
we go.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree.
But you know, the homeowner said he has all that material out there to be chipped by MOFD or the city of Orinda. I mean, you know, we know how that works with the chipper. I mean, you don't just call up and expect someone to come the following day. There's you know, you got to kind of get in the queue, and you're supposed to have other homeowners. It's not just, you know, for your use. So you know, I think the owner here in this property, we really need to reassess how that material is going to get chipped as well.
Yes, sir. For a parcel of this size with this amount of vegetation, this is not what community chipping has in mind.
Right.
Community chipping is intended to be for things that are too big for the green bin and too small for a commercial provider.
Okay. Thanks, Chief.
So, Mr. Sue, do you have any comments then? Because it sounds like what you're going to get is, you know, 3 weeks, assuming you're working on it very diligently. And at the end of the 3 weeks, if it's not all done, and I would encourage you to find out from, you know, the fire marshal or the fuel mitigation manager, Graham, you know, make sure you know what the to-do list is, because at the end of the 3 weeks, they're going to hire somebody to come and do it for you, and you're going to get the bill.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But because of the sheer size of it, can you actually give me 1 more week, like 4 weeks? I'll work on it and definitely won't be bothering you guys. So, but the hard deadline, make it 4 weeks.
I think to me, 3 weeks seems like enough. I mean, if you go hire somebody to do this, they can, you know, they can do it in 3 days.
Well, not really. Even if I hire, the last time when I clear all the coyote bush, I actually hire a team of people to do it, and it still take them a good 10 days to do it.
You didn't hire the
I
right
think
team.
the problem is not so much the cutting. Like I said, I'm pretty good with cutting. The real effort is hauling it up from the downslope and traveling up the driveway. The driveway itself is almost 600 feet, and then it's a pretty steep everywhere, and that's the part that takes energy and time. The trimming and the cutting, actually, I'm pretty certain in 1 week's time, it'll be all down on ground. But the haul it off and then keep it out of fire's way, so to speak, is probably the majority of the effort.
Well, this is Director Danziger. I think what we're saying is it'll be we're leaning towards authorizing the lien tonight. But if you're going to make significant progress in the coming weeks, I think the fire marshal and staff is willing to work with you, but they've got to see significant progress. We're not going to put a date on it that it has to be done in 3 weeks or 4 weeks. That's going to be up to them to see that significant progress is being made.
Yeah, I definitely will make sure they will see progress. That's my promise to you guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, and also I didn't get an answer about that sign, the Bear Ridge privacy sign. I guess when the fire marshal get here, he can show me whether that should be taken out.
There's no elements of the fire code that prohibit the posting of a wooden sign on the roadside.
But it's a combustible material.
I refer you to the fire code. There's no elements of the fire code that prevent the posting of a wooden sign on the roadside.
So how is that different from a dead tree? That kind of puzzles me.
Vegetation is treated differently in the fire code.
Okay, then that answered that question. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we are now through with all three of them, and we can move on to deciding. I guess we've actually kind of made a decision on each one, but I think we have to formalize that now. Is that right?
Sure.
So on the first property, we're going to give them 3 weeks, and then they were going to, but it's sort of up to the fire marshal in general, but we're going to at least give them 3 weeks for sure. The second one, we're just going to leave it up to the fire marshal, but we're going to issue it. I'm sorry, the second one, we're just plain doing it. And the third one is in roughly the same category as the first one, as long as they're making continuous progress, and we'll leave it up to the fire marshal, but we're going to issue the order tonight. Do I hear a motion to agree that that's the outcome?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Marcia?
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
President Jorgens.
Aye. Okay, and then I think you have an additional aspect of this, fire marshal or chief. We have a declaration that we'd like to go over.
The resolution, yes, sir.
Yes.
So do you want to present the resolution that you want us to pass?
Marcia, can you pull that up, please?
Yes.
I guess I formally need to say that we have a public hearing on the failure to comply with the notice to abate and order the following properties, which the three we went over, and declare the properties a seasonal and recurrent nuisance, and order the fire chief to abate the properties. That is the more formal thing that we just voted on, with the appropriate caveats.
President Jurgens, can I just note here that before you vote on this resolution, I just want to make it clear that what the board clerk will do will be to note on the resolution that Director Donner did not participate in and was not present for the hearing or the vote on the motion related to the property at 56 Orchard Road.
Great, thank you.
And which I have the draft of that resolution that I'm working on pulling up.
I couldn't quite hear you. Did you say you're looking for it?
I said I have a draft of that resolution.
Okay,
I'm working on pulling it.
great.
Let me know if you can see the resolution.
Yes, I can.
Top part of it.
Yeah, it gets cut off about 3/4 of the way down the page. Are we going to read it, or what, Chief, do you want to make a presentation on it? What's the plan?
Happy to read it, sir.
Well, okay.
I defer to Miriam if that's required. I believe it does just restate what you said. Miriam, do we need to read it, or is it enough to adopt it?
It's enough to adopt it because it
Well, I
was,
thought this was the new resolution we were talking about. I'm sorry. Okay.
yeah, that the material was posted on the board's website, so the public has had a chance to see it, and all the board members have had a chance to see it, and you could just adopt it by its resolution number 21-13.
Okay, so do I hear a motion to adopt this resolution?
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 21-13.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? And do we have any public comment on it?
I'm checking
Marcia,
comment.
do you want to take a roll call then?
We do not have hands raised or any written comment. Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
President Jorgens.
Aye. Okay, thank you. So now we can move on to back to the other slides. There we go. So before we get on to the meeting minutes and everything, I realized that the 2 letters that were sent in, I think we actually agreed to read them into the minutes rather than just post them.
Emails that we received by 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting are forwarded to the board of directors. They are made part of public record and available to view on our website by 5 p.m. the day of the meeting.
Great, thank you. So now the consent agenda items 8.1 through 8.4, which includes the meeting minutes for 2 meetings, actually 3 meetings. 2 of them were special meetings, and also the monthly incident report, the monthly check voucher register, and the monthly financial report. Next slide, Marcia. Here we go. So I will open public comment on the consent agenda, items 8.1 through 8.4.
We do not have any hands raised and we've not received written public comment.
Do I hear a motion to approve to the consent agenda? I'll close the public comment on the consent agenda. Do we have any deliberation, or do I hear a motion to approve it?
I make a motion, we approve consent agenda items 8.1 to 8.4.
Second.
Any deliberation? Okay, Marcia.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
Director President Jorgens.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Passes. Now on to the regular agenda, item 9.1, resolution 21.07, establishing the fiscal year 2021/22 fire flow tax rates for Orinda and Moraga service zones.
President Jorgens, members of the board, every year the district is required to set the fire flow tax rate in each of the district's 2 service areas. The current year fire flow tax rate was established at 6 cents in both Moraga and Orinda. Staff recommends the board adopt resolution number 21-07, adopting the fire flow tax rate of 6 cents in both the Moraga and Orinda zones for fiscal year 21-22.
So I'll open this for public comment.
We do not have any hands raised, and we've not received any written public comment.
Okay. Thought we got a letter about this.
9.2.
Okay. So I will close the public comment on that. So board deliberation.
I just have a question about this. I know that the voters approved the rate in Orinda, and I know that the voters approved up to a certain rate in Moraga. I'm just asking about the process. Okay, I'm not, and I don't want anyone to think that I'm asking to raise the rate at all. I mean, I want to get. I'm just asking about the process. I'm just curious because I just don't know, and you know, been on the board now for a while, but I really don't know. If the board wanted to look into raising the rate in Moraga, where I believe we could, is this simply something the board gets to vote on and can do, or is there a further process involved, like public hearings and things, to actually raise the rate? I just don't know what it involves.
This is the public hearing, sir, and this is the process.
Okay, got it.
I think that means we're it.
Okay. I didn't know. Okay, that's all I needed to know.
But I actually have a question. So this was set back in, I don't know, when we formed 1997,
sir.
When we formed the district, this all got agreed to, and at the time, the tax base in Moraga was whatever it was, and the tax base in Orinda was whatever it was, and the population of Moraga was what it was, and the population of Orinda was there, and I realized there's this never land in the middle of the two also, that gets a partial rate in these things, but those demographics and populations and tax bases and things have changed over time, and I don't know that we've ever had a discussion about whether the allocation between the two cities is necessarily still proportionate as it was back then.
The other, I think Orinda's was set, isn't 6 cents the limit? And
yes,
can raise theirs up to in the 20s?
28 cents, sir.
28, okay. I thought Moraga had we could vote a higher amount for Moraga, but we couldn't increase the amount approved for Orinda.
And I think what's happened, and again, I haven't done the math for a couple of years, I think, but my impression is that whether you do it per population or, there are a number of ways you could think about it. But Orinda's share of the total budget has gone up over time. They just they're paying more tax dollars than Moraga did, whether the property prices went up or there was more construction in Orinda or whatever happened. Somehow the total share of the pie, my impression is the service, I hope the service is equivalent in both cities, that, regardless of where people may be staffed, they have good response times to all the places, and, we provide the same amazing, super good quality service to the whole community. So it seems to me to at least possibly deserve some analysis on whether there should be a change in what these rates are based on what's been what was a quote fair deal or a fair splitting or whatever at the time might have changed over time.
Sure. Just to give some background, the rates were, Orinda's rate was established in 1997 as a requirement in order to form the district. It was established to match Moraga's fire flow at the time. For the first 4 years of the district's formation, the two service zones, there was separate accounting presented. And in 2001, by ordinance, the district abolished that and has not recognized sub-political boundaries since. In addition to Moraga and Orinda, there are also the residents of Canyon and Bollinger, who, by depending on the metric you would use, would also be worthy of consideration with regard to whether or not they're quote unquote getting their fair share. I would caution the board, however, that how you qualify how service is received and whether or not service is being received equally with regard to amounts paid is tremendously challenging. And it is a extraordinarily simplification to say that where the firefighters reside, where the stations are physically located, what political boundary in which they reside when they're not responding calls should be used as a surrogate for access to the service. It'd be very challenging to unpack who gets what service and from where and how. Certainly, if that were the board's pleasure, we could do that. I would caution that there is no simple way to determine who is receiving what service. There's no simple way to apportion which political element, or specifically Orinda, Moraga, and unincorporated county, is receiving what for what they pay. And that lastly, the Orinda and Moraga service zones do not match the city and the town border, as there are portions of Orinda that fall in the Moraga service zone.
Yeah, but I didn't say any of those things. That isn't the metric I wanted to use.
Yes, sir. I wasn't.
The question I asked.
Understood, sir.
I completely, as a matter of fact, specifically excluded all that answer by saying we assume we get all the same service every place. So it isn't a question of where they're located or what kind of service they get. If we assume that it's all the same, my only point is the percentage of the budget paid by one entity versus another. We're making an economic, a tax decision right now, and the question is, should the tax decision be changed because something else has changed other than our service? Completely forget about what service we have. Has there been something else that's changed? The demographics, the tax base, something that means that the two cities aren't sharing in the same method they shared, 20x years ago.
I don't disagree, sir. I would just, at least from my perspective, I'm not aware of any element that was used besides matching the dollar figure that was used to establish the Orinda zone, other than it was established to match the Moraga service zone rate that was currently being charged.
Right, but there is the flexibility to increase it by a factor of 4.5. And so the only question is, is the fair share that was being agreed to back then, because somebody must have thought it was fair at the time, if things have changed. And as an example, if the population of one city versus the other had been cut in half, would we still assume that they ought to be paying the same rates? And that's not obvious to me.
Oh, yeah.
So I guess my only point is, it seems to me that would be worth, I know a number of people in Orinda, again, not based on service levels, and there are some people who think that's the right way to do it. I don't happen to agree with that, because I think I agree with you. I don't think we can determine that one party is getting a different service level than another. I hope they're all the same. I trust they're all the same, but I think at least it could be an interesting question to see, if people thought it was fair at the time they did it, is it still the appropriate proportion between, whether it's per capita or whatever other way you want to think about splitting the cost, and per capita might be the right answer. Because I'm going to guess that pretty much drives how many responses we have to things, or the number of households, whichever.
Currently, this is Director Jacks. Currently, the fire flow tax goes into the capital fund and is basically used for capital.
Yes, sir.
But in reality, we pretty much consider most of the funds to be fairly fungible, as at least we have, because we transfer funds in and out of those things on a pretty regular basis. Is there a reason we have to make this decision tonight? In other words, are we having to tell the county that this is how the tax bill is going to work or something?
Yes, I can answer that. So yes, we do have to get the tax onto the tax roll at the county, as well as I'm looking at the actual ordinance. which states that the district's board prior to July 1st shall recommend to that they will set the tax rate. So at a regularly scheduled meeting prior to the end of July.
So prior to the end of July, so we could, if we wanted, discuss this at the next meeting. Is that what you're saying?
I'm going to look at there's two different ordinances. There was the Moraga and the Orinda. So let me look at the Orinda one here. It says, prior to the end of each July, the district's board of directors shall levy taxes upon the parcels in the Orinda service zone. So prior to the end of July. So I think you could defer to next month.
That was the Orinda one, and you already read the Moraga one? Is that what?
Yes, that was the first one.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's not. You guys, do you think it's an interesting question or not?
Yeah, I think it's a legitimate question. If we have to do this by next month, I mean, we'd have to give the staff, wouldn't have a lot of time. They'd have a couple of weeks, and we'd have to be very specific on what we're asking them. If you can frame it and come up with some very specific questions and for them to answer.
I guess I think it could be maybe really simple and just
Okay.
say, because the only metric I can think of that was useful at the time was, if they split it by number of households or population, both of which are, I assume, correlated. Because I assume that's roughly how our, how many houses there are probably has to do with how many fire calls you get for burning houses, and how many people there are probably is related to how many calls you get for people that are having medical emergencies or driving cars or whatever. So I'm going to guess that's some kind of a reasonable proxy for how would be a way to have thought it was fair in the first place, and see if that metric has changed.
So to make sure I understand it right, sir, so you're asking for calls by service zone prior to the formation of the district? So what that's reliant on is Contra Costa County
I'm
Fire.
not talking about calls for anything. All I want to know is what the population of Orinda and Moraga did in both households and population since the formation of the district.
Okay, sir.
And how, and that's it. Again, we're assuming that all of our services are equally spread among all these things, and that I'm going to guess, my hypothesis was that it's probably related, services in general are probably related to population or parcels or number of households or some metric like that. Because I can't think of anything else it could be related to.
I mean, so I can answer that question. That the rate was set based on matching the rate. There was no, if you read the literature associated with the levy of the tax and the LAFCO documents regarding the requirement for Orinda to match a fire flow tax that matched Moraga's, the 6 cent rate was what was that was the metric that was used to say that the rate in Orinda would match the rate in Moraga. That was the beginning and the end of the analysis that was included in the LAFCO formation documents.
Well, that's what's in the formation documents, but who knows how they came up with that rationale. So I guess for me, you would presume that both parties were paying some reasonable ratio that was the same. And again, if we just know what has happened in the per capita cost or the per parcel cost over time, that would be interesting to me.
Yes, sir. Understood.
So
I would therefore propose that we have what I hope is a really small amount of data that we need to get at the next meeting and discuss it at the next meeting.
So President Jurgens, we would bring back the same item, but with some additional information into the staff report, I guess. Is that what
Exactly.
you?
And I really hope that's a minimal amount of work.
Okay.
Discussion.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I'm fine.
Director Donner?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, great. Okay, so we'll put that on our next time's agenda for hopefully a very brief discussion at that point. So regular agenda item 9.2, adoption of the annual operating budget for fiscal year 2022. Which this is the third time this is our third reading discussion, whatever, about our budget, as I remember. So.
Yes, sir. Good evening, directors. Over the past several months, the proposed annual budget for fiscal year 2022 has been developed. Staff has developed proposed goals, projections, and budget proposals. On April 21, 2022, a public budget workshop was held, and on May 19, 2022, a public board meeting was held, which provided opportunities for the board and the public to discuss the draft budget. Additional general fund property tax revenue due to the upcoming conclusion of the pension obligation bonds, general fund discretionary programs, general fund discretionary spending priorities, and capital projects for FY22. The steps in the budget process are outlined below, culminating in October 2021, which is the latest date the board could adopt the budget per state law. Notably, best practices suggest adopting the budget at this meeting prior to the expiration of the fiscal year on June 30th. Staffing summary and proposed benefit changes. The budget currently accounts for continuation of staffing as follows. Safety officer strength of 57 positions, which is unchanged from last year. Fire prevention at 5 positions, unchanged from last year. Administration at 5.6 positions, also unchanged from last year. And continue to outsource the fire inspector plans examiner position, which we have been doing for the last several years. The budget projects the following: general fund surplus of $744,000, a debt service fund, which is required deficit due to the final payments for the pension obligation bonds to the amount of $2 million, capital projects fund deficit of $269,000. And then due to ongoing labor negotiation, the current budget does not include any money for pay raises or benefit increases pending the outcome of our ongoing budget negotiations. Staff recommends adoption of the proposed annual operating budget for fiscal year 2022 and are happy to answer any questions the directors may have.
Okay, thank you, Chief. So first we open this for public comment on item 9.2.
So we currently do not have any hands raised. We do have one written correspondence, which I will go ahead and read. President Jorgens and board members, I'm writing you today as a citizen of the district rather than Vice Mayor of Orinda. I will be unable to attend your meeting tonight, but I wanted to encourage you to adopt Chief Winokur's recommendation to purchase a chipper and truck for your chipper program. As you know, the citizens of Orinda are taxing themselves to expand this important service in our community. By making this purchase rather than continuing a lease, MOFD is not only making a good financial decision, but is also demonstrating its continuing commitment to this program and assuring Orinda residents that we have a committed partner. Thank you in advance for approving the Chief's recommendation on this matter. Regards, Dennis Bay, Orinda. And that concludes our public comment.
Okay, I'll close the public comment. Thank you. So, do we have any board deliberation on this?
Hi, this is Director Danziger. I had a few items just under expenditures. Some of the items I highlighted for myself when I was going through it were items that were, the change was considerable. So I only considered anything, you know, not real small cost, but anything like that increased 100% or more. And there's a few items I just like to ask about just for clarification of why the increase on some of the items. And I'm sure there's very reasonable, very clear explanations, but I would just like to go through a few of them, ask a few questions on them. Okay. Is that okay?
Great.
Okay. So it's under expenditures. So should I just tell you like the page and the item? Does that help for staff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just a couple of things. So on page 12, I see that near the top, technical rescue equipment. Last year, 7,000, this year, 55,000.
Yes, sir. That was explained during the budget workshop and last month's discussion of when we talked about moving under capital items or not. That's a replacement of our technical rescue, specifically the software, ropes and knots and things, and then the purchase of several pieces of specialized equipment that are useful for low angle rescue.
Okay. Okay. Just going down, just below that one, dues and memberships has increased over 100%.
Yes, I can answer that one. That
Yeah.
was to, the district wanted to join the Training Officers Association for $11,000, which is they're not currently a member.
And so with the, I'm sorry, Director Danziger, is it okay if I ask a sub question as we're going through this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess, joining an association, does that mean we get training materials from them, or what, is it just a nice association that it's nice to be a member of, or do you actually get something out of, get deliverables?
Yes, sir. This is part of an effort to establish regional training programs where we benefit from things at economies of scale. The challenge has been is that there is no agency that hosts it and takes on those costs. So there are costs to organizing and planning and bringing training opportunities to the county and to the region. And the Training Association is an attempt to address that. And there are some costs associated with things such as getting a website up and running, putting forward the money it takes to develop some of the standardized training we share with other agencies. So it is a local effort to increase and standardize the quality of firefighting training in the region, sir.
Great.
Okay, I'm going to do a few more. And I apologize if we've gone over some of these, in previous months, but, so we may be repeating ourselves, okay? So what about air monitor maintenance? Increased 400 and something %.
Yes, sir. They require maintenance, and that's the cost to get them done this year.
Okay, so that comes up every few years, is that?
Yes, sir. It's cyclical.
Okay. I'm down below that one is the hydro test. I assume we do that every few years too. Is that another one?
Yes, sir. It's either a 5 or a 10-year cycle, depending on the bottle type.
Got it. Okay. Just a couple more. Testing materials on the next page 13. Testing materials increased 100%.
Sir, increase. This was a year we have both the captain's test and the BC's test, or sorry, next year engineer's test and the other test. It slips my mind at the moment, but it's an attempt to increase the professionalism and the quality of the tests we put on for promotional examinations, sir.
Okay, and I assume where the item right below that one, career development and classes, we're going to send more of our members to classes in career development. Is that?
But we certainly hope members will continue to participate in career development opportunities. And as the size of as the youth of the organization grows with the new hires we've had over the last several years, we anticipate more of those folks taking professional development classes. Benefit to them, obviously, and to the district. We're also seeing an increase in participation in classes associated with out-of-county CICCS qualifications as well, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I think this one will be good. This is the public to hear the next one for sure. Public education supplies. What are we going to get that we don't presently have, or is this a cycle also?
Yes, sir. It's a cycle. We did very little, if any, last year, obviously because of the stand down in our programs associated with the uncertainty of COVID and the fact that we have not been out in the public. It's time to restock those supplies as we get back into things like open house and firefighters visiting schools and prevention being out and spreading the message, sir.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I had for that on that right now.
Okay. Any more directors have questions on the budget?
Well, is this, well, I did think this is a general question. is it appropriate now for us to be talking about the Station 41? Is this a place we would be talking about that? If we're gonna put anything in the budget for that,
It's certainly the director's pleasure. In the absent, from my perspective, it has not been included, given the
Right.
absence of a understanding associated with either the long-range financial forecast or other discussion with regard to the board's pleasure with regards to the mechanism used to pay for the new station construction.
okay, so this is for the sake of the public as well as I think for me, I'll speak for myself. So if we adopt this budget tonight, there's nothing that would stop us in the next few months to discuss that further and make a revision to the budget if we found that we wanted to add some funding for next fiscal year for Station 41.
The board can always adopt and amend the budget throughout the year, sir. We don't typically do that other than the mid-year review. But it certainly is the board's pleasure at other times.
Yeah, I just think I just think we've discussed, Station 41 several times. And I just feel that, coming up, maybe tonight's not the time. We probably need some more information but I really feel that we need to address that in the very near future, what we're going to do if we can. So, okay. Yeah, that's kind of all I had.
I have just one question, and that is in the revenue, there is nothing for any type of grant. I assume we've been very successful with grant. Was there a reason to just leave it blank?
Yes, sir. We haven't been awarded any that have a matching yet. Obviously, we've submitted for significant numbers of grants, and we hope they're received. And if they are received, those will generate revenue based on the 10% administrative fee. So obviously, it would be speculative to include that at this point, sir. So we went with what we have in hand, which are none. Hopefully, we'll be able to come back to the board to request an adjustment if those are awarded, all or in part.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
I have another question. I probably should know this one, but I'm going to ask it anyway. The amount that we pay for our dispatch services, is that a flat fee or is that based on call volume? How do we reach that amount?
Not call volume, sir. It's proportional. It's our share based on size.
So is it like it's a formula that Contra Costa County uses when they provide services?
Yes, sir. We have X number of units. Those X number of units are Y percentage of the total, and that derives our share, sir.
Okay. All right.
Director Donner, do you have any questions, deliberation questions?
I do not.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve our budget?
So let me just, in public comment, we had some comments from Dennis Fay as a citizen. So by approving this budget, we are going to approve the purchase of a chipper and truck. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I move we adopt the operating budget for 2022.
I'd second.
I second.
Beat you.
Yeah, it's got that. Steve won. Okay, thank you. I guess we're supposed to have public comment now, or I guess just, great. Do I hear
We already had public comment.
do I have any public comment?
No.
No. Board? Okay, so can we do a roll call vote then?
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
President Jorgens.
Aye. Great. Hey, Chief, you have a budget.
Yay.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Gloria Ann, and your,
Yeah.
for putting it together.
Yeah, great job, Gloria. Okay, on to item 9.3, the long-range financial forecast yet again.
Good evening. Sorry, sir.
That's fine, please.
Good evening, directors. At the May 19, 2021 board meeting, the board directed staff to place the long-range financial forecast on the next agenda. The forecast was previously presented to the board in March, April, where 3 scenarios were presented as part of a 10-year forecast. And again in April, an outside expert presented a review of the forecast as attachment C. The board has not provided direction regarding which of the 3 scenarios presented in April and the time frame for the Station 41 or admin replacement. I will note there is no requirement for the board to do so, since it's merely a forecast to be used to help understand the implications of decisions now out into the future. But staff has brought it back at the board's direction, or are happy to take any input the board may offer. I would suggest, however, if there is an interest in fundamentally rethinking or reshaping the long-range financial forecast, I would suggest deferring that at least until January, when we'll have more certainty about what next year's revenue and expenditures will look like.
So one of the items that came up in this was, as you point out, was, the Station 41, basically, which Director Danziger appropriately pointed out we made a lot of progress on. Chief, do you have an opinion about how critical the need is for 41? Do we need to do it this year? Do we need to sort of keep thinking about it and making progress on it, but not necessarily start significant funding on it yet? Or what's the plan? What do you think is the right thing to do?
Yes, sir. Thank you for asking. Station 41 is obviously, it was built in the 60s with a daily staffing of 2 and preceding the entry of women into the fire service by many years. Obviously, the times have changed. Buildings of that age and built of that era are in need of replacement to survive as reliable public safety buildings. That said, there is no crisis. The station is functioning. The crew and the district have been good good stewards of that property, have maintained it, and we continue to maintain it. That said, it cannot be deferred indefinitely. My recommendation would be a pathway that results in a new station being commissioned in the 3 to 5 year timeframe would be appropriate to consider, which does give a little more time for the board to consider how or where we would like to fund that, and set us on a ramp to begin serious planning to include property negotiations and the beginning of drawings and architectural work and engineering and so forth next year, in the year after this budget. So while it does need to be addressed, sir, there is no crisis, and I believe we can safely defer the beginning of the planning process for at least a year.
Okay, thank you. My memory is that was kind of the big open item in the long range financial forecast. Otherwise, we kind of had worked through it and talked through it, and felt, I think, reasonably okay with it. Well, I guess I should open it for public comment first.
We do not have any public comment at this time.
Okay, is there any?
I have a question, and actually, I think I can ask it now with the financial forecast. I probably should have asked it when we're on the budget. So if it's out of place now, just let me know.
Go for it. What the heck,
I'll go for it. You let me know.
Okay.
So does our budget going forward include expenditures for academies and recruitment, the whole process of hiring?
I'm afraid you caught me flat-footed, Gloria. We did not include academy class for next year. That's correct. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, sir. We do not anticipate hiring in next year, given that next year is essentially upon us from a hiring standpoint, and we have not gone through the process of forming a list this year.
Okay, and is that? And I'm sorry if I really should. I should know by looking at the financial forecast, but is that? Do we forecast that expenditure in the plan?
Not in a long-range financial forecast? No, sir,
No.
it's not that granular.
Okay.
The cost of an academy is between $5,000 and $10,000 per firefighter, depending on where we send them.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, so do we actually, any more deliberation? It seems to me, Chief, that you kind of answered the big outstanding question that we probably had.
Yeah.
And maybe we're done.
Yes.
Michael, John, anybody else have a?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so I don't think there was anything we were supposed to approve anyway, per se. So I would say we have thought through it well, and we're good.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, regular item agenda item 9.4, resolution 21-10, establishing the district's annual appropriations limit for fiscal year 21-22, which is the thing we just had a budget for.
President Jorgens, members of the board, each year the district is required to establish an appropriations limit. The district's appropriations limit has been calculated for fiscal year 2022 at $33,804,130. Staff recommends the board adopt resolution number 21-10, establishing the appropriations limit for fiscal year 21-22.
So Chief, this wouldn't include if we got a grant, even though we technically might be spending the money, it wouldn't be bound by this, or would it?
Sir, if we get, when we get grants, sir, we come back and ask for a budget adjustment to establish the fund and make an adjustment to the budget in recognition of the money that will be passing through, first of all, and then that will be recouped when we seek and gain reimbursement to include the handling fees, sir.
So it's not only the budget, but it's also this appropriations limit we change.
I believe that's right. I'll defer to Gloria.
Right. So the appropriations limit is basically a calculation that's done each year. And what happens then, the district cannot collect taxes more than the appropriations limit.
Okay.
Grant is not a tax. It's different. So it wouldn't affect the calculation of the appropriations limit.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Do we have any public comment on this?
We do not have any public comment.
Then do we have any more questions from the board, or can I hear a motion to approve it?
I move we approve it.
I'll second.
Marcia?
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
President Jorgens.
Aye. Great. Now, you know, not only have a budget, you can spend the money or collect the money. So regular agenda item 9.5, resolution number 21-11, adopting a modified schedule of cost recovery fees for emergency medical services.
President Jorgens, members of the board, the district's cost recovery resolution includes a provision to annually adjust the emergency medical services fees based on the consumer price index. The consumer price index as of April 2021 was an increase of 3.81%. Staff has calculated increased rates based on a 3.81% increase. Staff recommends adoption of resolution 21-11, adopting a modified schedule of cost recovery fees for emergency medical services.
Okay, so I'll open this for public comment.
We do not have any public comment.
Okay, I'll close the public comment period. Do we have any board discussion?
No?
Okay, do I hear a motion to approve this then?
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 21-11, adopting a modified schedule of cost recovery fees for emergency medical services.
I second it.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Marcia, you want to take a roll call?
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
President Jorgens.
Aye. Great. Item 9.6, award contract to Corda Solar LLC for installation of a rooftop utility interactive solar Thank you. It's been a late night. Photovoltaic system with battery backup in the amount of $298,500.
Good evening, directors. In March 2021, the board authorized acceptance of a California Governor's Office of Emergency Services Community Power Resiliency Grant for photovoltaic and battery storage in the amount of $300,000. The district's purchasing ordinance requires the district to complete the formal bidding process for all public projects. On May 4th, 2021, a request for proposals for the public project was issued with sealed bids due June 1st, 2021. The district received two bids as followed. Corda Solar LLC to install solar and battery backup at stations 42, 43, and 44 in the amount of $298,500. Cal Solar Inc. to install solar and battery backup at stations 42 and 44 in the amount of $316,772. Staff recommends contract award the lowest responsible bidder, Corda Solar LLC. Sufficient appropriations exist in the FY 2021 annual operating budget. The grant funds in the amount of $300,000 were received in April 2021. I'll note this is different than our normal grant process, which can sometimes result in significant delays in receiving grant funds. With that, recommend the board review, discuss, ask any questions that I may be able to answer, and then approve entry into the contract, which will allow us to move forward to rapidly put photovoltaic with battery backup on those three stations in advance of the anticipated PSPSs, which we may experience later this season.
I'll open this up to public comment.
We have not received any public comment.
Great, thanks, Marcia. So I'll close the public comment. Do we have any board discussion?
This is Director Danziger. My only comment is I really want to give a pat on the back and, thank you to whoever wrote this grant and got this grant for us. I'll let the chiefs, give the credit to whoever it's due, but I think this is great that we'll have that at no cost to us. We're going to get the installation of these solar panels and a backup in case of a power outage, in the case of emergencies or power outage. I just think it's great, and thank you for the work to get this grant. And we're very fortunate for the grants that we've gotten, and this is an excellent one that will benefit the whole community.
Sure. Jerry Lee, Glorianne, and Mary Smith worked hard on this one. We're able to run it down and have gone through the getting money from the state is never easy. Getting money from the state in advance is never easy. So they've done a very good job on this.
I would second everything that Director Danziger just said. Congratulations to all three of you.
Yeah, great.
Okay, do we have any further discussion, or do I hear a motion to approve this?
Move we approve item 9.6 for the contract.
I'll second.
Steve, you're quick on the trigger to this. It's good. Okay, Marcia.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
President Jorgens.
Aye. Great. Okay, regular agenda item 9.7, resolution number 21-12, affirming support for Senate Bill 804.
Good evening, directors. At the May 2021 board meeting, a director requested a future agenda item to review and support SB 804. SB 804 was introduced in the state Senate by Senator Glazer in April 2021, following extensive engagement between MOFD staff and his office. The bill will create a California Conservation Corps Forestry Training Center housing an education and employment reentry program with the intent to establish a pathway for formerly incarcerated persons with experience on CAL FIRE Department of Corrections hand crews to enter into careers in forestry and vegetation management. Staff believes these laudable goals will also benefit regional wildfire prevention and fuel reduction goals by increasing the availability of specialized fuel mitigation resources throughout our area. I turn it to the board. Happy to answer any questions the board may have before turning to the resolution.
Well, I think this is Director Donner. I think this is a great program. And I know that the fire service statewide really missed these resources during the pandemic because they were unable to provide any workers. And I think it's a great program. And I know that they provide a great service. And I'm in favor of supporting this.
Yes, same here. I think that I think Chief Winiker originally brought this to our attention, and I looked into it further. I read the bill sponsored by our local Senator Glazer, with a lot of co-sponsors, including Assembly Member Barrow Cahan and others. I requested that this be placed on the agenda. This is a significant bill, not only because it provides needed firefighting resources for the state, but also because it addresses a social justice need to provide a pathway forward for formerly incarcerated people to gain for gainful employment and to contribute to society. It's a small step, I believe, that corrects part of the injustices for a segment of our population that is face many obstacles and have a difficult time in our society. And I really applaud our senator and the others for bringing this forward.
I would agree. And I think the governor a few months ago allowed people that go through or the folks that have been in prison and you know, in programs like this or have been out fighting fires to actually have a career path and be able to now go into CAL FIRE, which they didn't used to be able to do.
Yes.
So I think this is terrific. Okay, I guess we need to have public comment on this now that we've asked the chief the appropriate questions.
We do not have any hands raised or received public comment.
Okay, any more discussion? I'll close public
I
comment.
just if we do approve this this resolution, I just want to ensure that copies of it get sent to our local representatives.
Yes, sir. They'll be transmitted.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So do I hear a motion to approve this?
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution number 21-12, affirming support of Senate Bill 804.
I'll second.
Oh, Michael got one in. Okay, good. Marcia?
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
President Jorgen.
Aye. Okay. Committee reports. Don't think we had any of these meetings in the last month.
No.
So we can move on from there. So there won't be any public comment because we didn't have any things. Announcements.
Correct.
Anybody attend any meetings that at district expense we need to talk about?
Negative.
No.
Okay, we'll move on from there. I don't think we have any of that either.
I mean, this is a place I guess we can call for questions. I don't really think it's an agenda item, but I think at some point, maybe even next month, we may need to have a discussion about the future of our meetings. I don't know if it's premature next month. I really don't know, but maybe we need to start at some point having that discussion of, you know, what's going to happen as far, I mean, as far as, you know, Zoom meetings, meeting in person, you know, what's going to happen. So I'm just
completely agree. It's well, as far as I know, I mean, we have our lawyer here, but you know, as long as we're not talking about substantive meetings, we can talk about scheduling of meetings. Well, it's not even the scheduling of meetings. We can talk about whether we're going to have them in person or not.
Yeah, right.
So is there, are we legally allowed to yet? I know yesterday they changed a whole bunch of rules.
Yes, sir. The latest update was that districts are allowed to continue to hold remote meetings through at least September. There was some pushback with regard to the transition back to in-person. However, I believe as of the changes that were announced with appropriate yesterday, with appropriate mitigation and so forth, were the board to do so as soon as July, we could hold in-person meetings.
And I guess the only, you know, potential awkwardness is, I know at least for businesses, they said, you know, you can let people come in, you can, well, you can choose to do it or not, you know, require masks or not, but you can also, can you require that they have vaccination or not to be able to not wear a mask?
Yes, sir. However, as it's been widely covered, the enforcement is largely on an honor system. That no one's clearly defined reliable way to determine whether people are vaccinated or not. Sir.
Yeah. Okay. So how would we proceed with it? You said we're allowed to do it through September, but not necessarily required.
That's correct. Sir.
So how do we all feel about that?
Well, maybe when we come to the, where we can ask for future agenda items, maybe we can ask for something under
Oh.
that.
No, I mean, as far as I know, well, I don't think it has to be in the agenda to discuss whether we're going to have public meetings or not.
I don't know.
Oh, President Chair, because I think it would be a good idea to put it on the agenda, or at least to have the chief maybe make a report to you that is on your agenda, so that you can have a wide-ranging discussion of the issue.
Okay, great.
Okay.
And because, okay, great. So fine, well, when we get to that point.
Let me just ask a question on, is there any statistical data relating to participation of the public on the Zoom meetings? How many people are listening or following them versus what we have when we had live meetings?
I haven't done anything with any rigor, sir, but anecdotally, it's significant increase with access to the remote setting, either for folks who have participated during the meeting or who watched the video that's being posted on our YouTube channel, sir. But I think it is safe to say there's been a significant increase in public participation using the virtual setting.
Okay.
So I guess we're not quite there in the agenda, but we can certainly keep doing Zoom and have them in
Public,
our
right?
Directors be in a room, right?
Yes,
meaning we can always add Zoom to our regular meetings.
In the abstract, yes. With regard to equipment, no, we are not. We could figure it out, I'm sure, sir, but we're not set up to stream an in-person meeting. It's just not equipment we've ever had or system we've ever tried to set up.
Because I would. Again, I know we're not on that agenda point yet, but that's something that it seems to me, because of the extra participation we have been able to get, that seems to me to be something that would be desirable.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure how easy or hard that may be, but okay. Any more announcements, questions, and informal comments from board members and staff? Marcia, we can move on to the next one then. Fire chief updates.
Evening, directors. Lisa, you're up.
Yeah.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for having me back. I have a few things to share with you all today. This is pretty much day 45 for me here with the Moraga-Orinda Fire District. I'm very happy to be here. Got my feet wet a little bit, so I'm getting acclimated. On June 4th, we successfully held the promotional captain's exam. We were able to get one eligible added to the list. So when a vacancy does occur at the rank of captain, Engineer Albana will be promoted. On June 14th, just this past Monday, we onboarded the third fuels mitigation specialist, Steve Chu. I'm pleased to report that all the fuels mitigation positions are now filled. Steve recently completed the Chapeau College Fire Academy, and he's a registered EMT. He also received his BA from the University of Illinois and holds a variety of other credentials and certificates. In the last month, I took a tour of the district and our fire stations. All of our personnel here at MOFD are extremely professional, friendly, and courteous, and I'm very happy to see that at all the stations. Great personnel and firefighters that we have employed here. In the meantime, I've been reviewing our HR policies and updating those as needed through the admin committee process. To piggyback on what President Jorgens was just mentioning about the COVID regulations and updates, HR has been staying abreast of those changes. Cal OSHA still has requirements in full force at workplaces. And those are the November 2020 standards that they implemented as the emergency temporary standards for COVID prevention. Tomorrow, in fact, Cal OSHA's board will meet again to hear public comment and vote on adopting proposed regulatory revisions. So until the Cal OSHA board can vote to adopt revisions to their face coverings guidance and physical distancing and partitions, all that stuff, the November standards remain in effect. So lastly, HR has just been learning the MOFD business acumen and HR's internal processes. And I intend on using Lean Six Sigma concepts to identify and improve any clunky processes that we may have if necessary. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Jurgens, I have one question for Ms. Franklin. Excuse me. I know in the few mitigation specialists, there is turnover there. People get jobs and move on. For anyone that you interviewed, do you create a list for that, or would you, if there was a vacancy, do you just go out and recruit again?
Correct. 2 individuals from our last recruitment were added to an eligible list that will be called if a future vacancy occurs.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there, for context, our experience of late has been we clear the list with each hiring or come very close to it. And then any people who are left, when we've circled back to them some months later, when the next vacancy has occurred, they've moved on to something else. That is a very transient population.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Mary.
Good evening, directors. Asha, could you bring up my slides? I have a brief finance report. The first thing I want to go over is the strike team reimbursements, the strike team receivable update. Our OES strike team receivable currently is 3.2 million. We've received payments of 2.3 million. So we have a net receivable outstanding of 880,000. Our most recent payment was on June 2nd, and that was $141,000. Primarily, the outstanding invoices are for April and May OES HQ support assignments. The fires from last summer have been, those invoices have been paid for the most part. So we've had 24 invoices paid, and we have 14 invoices outstanding. Next slide, please. COVID vaccine clinic reimbursement. We had no MOFD staffing for clinics in May. So the total reimbursement due from FEMA at this point is still $17,500. We implemented a district fuel card program. We've placed fuel cards in all of our vehicles, and a policy has been adopted for reporting and reconciling the use and expense of the fuel cards. And we are working on, or we just submitted our salary survey forms for 2021-22 to OES. And those will be used for strike team assignments for the upcoming summer. And that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Jurgens, one question.
Okay.
So for the strike team reimbursement, does that just come in whenever? Do you know it's coming, or is it just kind of appear? How does that work?
That comes in whenever.
Okay.
We have, there's no rhyme or reason to when invoices get paid.
Yeah.
The most recent invoices sometimes get paid first, and the oldest invoices are still outstanding. So there is no rhyme or reason as to when those invoices get paid.
And is there any kind of like date that we could expect it by, I don't know, the end of September or something like that, or just whenever? Is it really whenever?
It's really whenever, sir.
Okay.
When you're at OES to where it also has to do with who's paying, whether it's the state or the feds. But it is an antiquated process that is kicking and screaming to be brought into the cutting edge of 1950s processes to fund.
All right. Thank you.
Gloria, this is John, Director Jex. Prior to the completion of the audit, which I guess would run through September, October, the presumption is that all of these will have been collected, that there won't be an issue with regards to reflecting it as an asset.
It's a little bit, just before Gloria answers the accounting question, sir, it's a little bit of a moving target though, in that in a traditional year, we would be done with strike team activity by October or November, and the state would have the winter to clear out the invoices. And if you look at the detail on the current outstanding, they largely have done so for the fire activity from calendar year 2020. This year is unique, though, in that we continued to have reimbursable activity for COVID support throughout the winter months. And we are now moving into another fire season with outstanding balances. And we very soon, perhaps this week or weekend, we will begin to generate new invoices based on fire activity. And so as that fire activity continues, it is very likely that there will be outstanding items at the time of the audit. It really has to do with what the period is. And the fact that normally we had that reset period to get things paid off and caught up, and to get the folks who process the payments cleared out. They didn't have that this year. With that, I defer to Glorianne with regard to specific timing associated with the audit.
The outstanding invoices are currently recorded in accounts receivable. So that will stay. If they haven't been paid, they'll be reflected as AR.
It would stay in A unless there's an issue relative by the auditors, the recovery or collectability of it. Depending, normally we're doing this on a cash basis, and then we switch to an accrual basis in June. So that would go into receivables and be reflected as a receivable. And generally by 2 to 3 months, if a receivable hasn't been collected, the auditors normally would raise a question about, why not? It's just a question. And no answer, I know. I'm just saying that based on if most of these, or the largest portion of that, is billed for April and May, recovery, my guess is I assume that they would be cleared. But I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe we have to send you to Sacramento to get our money.
These are all Sacramento, all California?
No, so it's Cal OES processes the paperwork initially, but payment can be received from a variety of sources, to include FEMA and the Forest Service, USDA specifically. And sometimes the payments are lumped. Mary does a really heroic job with the forensics, deciphering what the payments are associated with, because it's just an ACH transfer. And if a number of incidents are lumped together, it can be kind of hard to decipher which ones are included in that payment.
Just so that there's not any disputes we're issuing in terms of recovery.
Yes, sir. I don't. One of the reasons the process is so lengthy is there's a number of times the physical paper travels back and forth between the folks who are processing it and Mary. So by the time the payment is made, any disputes have been resolved long before that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Marcia, what is next on our agenda?
Mighty Fire Prevention Report.
Good evening, directors. For the month of May, we've received 60 dead trees complaints. We're year to date on 90 exterior hazard abatement complaints. Property transfers, we've done 373. Number of properties that actually transferred, 298. That's a difference of 75. We're still trending in the right direction. We're seeing our education and outreach being effective, because we've had 75 properties that reached out to us for inspections prior to the transfer of the property. Since June 1st, we've had 539 property assessments. 225 have passed and 314 have failed. We took 3 properties to an abatement hearing this evening. We have issued one pre-citation letter, and we have not issued any citations. And the rest of that will start to fill in once we, the number of properties that are ordered to abate and the number of properties that we actually abated as we move further into the season. You'll start to see numbers there. Chipping, year to date, this is the district funded chipper, 47 days, approximately 260 tons of material removed. Since last report, we've had 19 chipping days with 152 tons of material removed. Completed 2 re-inspections of e-occupancy and inspections of R2s, which are the apartments. We've done 14 of those. Our plan review is still trending upward. Current projects, really working on our new employee orientation. As Lisa told you, we started our new fuels mitigation specialist this past Monday. So we're heavily focused on orientation and training for the fuels mitigation staff, focused on inspections. With our GoGov software that we use for all our inspections, they have the ability to create a app for us. So we've been beta testing that, and it's on the App Store, MOFD app, that citizens can download onto their phones and immediately get to our website. They can file complaints. They can take a picture of a complaint with their phone and immediately upload it to the system. So this should be really good and allow the communication flow between us and the citizens to increase. Still working on fuel reduction project, the Pinehurst Fuel Break, that was funded by CAL FIRE. Plan for the quarter, just really focusing on our inspections, citations, and our abatement hearings, and education and outreach. Happy to answer any questions that the directors may have.
President Jorgens, I have one question. I was just curious about something. When we did the lien hearings at the beginning of the meeting, you had some aerial shots of the property.
Yes, sir.
Is that from drone or is that from satellite?
That's from me with my camera held above my head, sir.
You're tall, but you climbed the tree. No. Okay.
Sir, we've been using small unmanned aircraft system, or SUAS, or drones extensively. Primarily lesson learned from one of the abatement hearings earlier this year, where our ground-based pictures really failed to communicate the conditions present on the property. So our SOP now, when a inspector is out at a property, particularly as we start to get to the later stages of the process where we have warnings and indications that this will result in a hearing before the board or a citation, our standard now is to throw the drone up and to capture a 360 of the site so that the conditions at the site can be clearly articulated. And we can also, of course, we can track and explain change over time because the drone captures it all. And as we saw in one of those previous hearings, there's a dispute over a broken tree that until the moment of the dispute, the inspectors weren't aware was of interest. And with using the aerial footage, that all-seeing, unblinking eye, if you will, we get the overcapture that after the fact, we can go parse that information to focus on the portion of the parcel that is of interest at that time.
Thank you.
Just have 2 questions. One, last time we had a report or an update on the our volunteer advisors. I guess there's a word for them. It's FAC or something.
FAC, yes, sir.
Thank you. Any update on those folks?
Is there still figuring out what production, how productive they can be, how much ground they can cover, working our way through to identify those who have the highest production, and then reaching out to them for lessons learned as we take a look at expanding the program. That's going to be a little bit of an ongoing process just because everyone is heads down getting the June 1st compliance deadline, initial inspections, follow-up inspections, making sure we've hit all the large parcels and all the evacuation routes. And then the really laborious work of the follow-up, which is a source of frustration because these are, at that point, having been out there, having done the assessment and sent out the notice, these are folks by and large who know what needs to be done. And we spend an awful lot of time going back out to convince people we really mean it, to include folks who we've dealt with in previous years. We can say for sure they know it. So at the moment, we're still in the data collection phase. We have plans to expand it, but we do need to get through this initial rush of getting the initial inspections done and all the initial letters out in a timely manner so that we can, in July, turn to on the follow-up and really start cleaning out our slate of inspections for this year.
And the second question was, during the, not only this hearing, but other hearings, and again, not to point fingers at the post office or question people's integrity or whatever, but there appear to be a lot of complaints about whether the mail actually got delivered or not for some of these things. And I know I've had trouble with my mail, in the last year or so. So is there some other, at least for the second notice, do we think about sending them registered mail or some way to make sure that we really know they got there? And when we go out with, physically and we talk to people, should we document that somehow? I mean, so that it's, sort of irrefutable. Yes, you got a notice, and yes, I don't know. It just seems like the process might be slightly, at least bent, if not broken at the moment.
Yes, sir. So prior to the current fire code, previous fire code, we used registered mail. That was dropped after legal counsel reviewed it and determined it was not required. And sending it's very time consuming, especially given the number we're sending out. There are logs for all of our contacts to include pictures. So date, time, who talked to them, what they talked about, and pictures from that site that support all of that. We also have the option when we're having a difficult time contacting the owner, the resident, to post a notice. We've done that on a number of occasions where people were unresponsive, and we had a concern about reaching them, such as an out of area PO box and no response. We've used those as well. Generally speaking, though, when it comes to the occupied parcels, we've had a number of contacts, and I would point out that even in the cases where the residents expressed concern that they had not received one of the letters in a timely manner, the time elapsed from when they did acknowledge receiving letters until now exceeded a month. And there is a question about how much time is enough time. There's always more time, but as with other parcels, and as I believe the directors noted, when people are doing the work themselves, it takes longer. And there is a question of how long and whether or not the length of the amount of time that it would take for them to get the property into compliance aligns with the amount of time that's available to get the property into compliance after given the limited window between when fuels cure and they should be, and we're into fire season. That all of that said, sir, yes, sir, we're sensitive to the challenge of notifying people. We're always want to ensure that we have over communicated and people are aware, and we're attempting to struggle or to balance that conflict between the absolute certainty that 100% the U.S. mail has been delivered and this person not only read but comprehended what's required, and the need to cover an awful lot of parcels with limited staff, and everything we do that adds work or adds time to the workflow and adds additional steps. There is a one-to-one correlation to us being able to get to fewer parcels in that inspection season.
Yeah, I guess, and I'm not sure it was necessary, but maybe it's the third letter that you send. I guess the point is, if you don't get a hold of somebody, and you don't get a hold of somebody, you never talk to them. At some point, it seems to me we ought to make sure that we know it's going someplace.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And if you look at the logs in these, you start to see the human contact at about 4 to 6 weeks ago, where either Gordon or one of the team was out there face to face, knocked on the door, making sure someone is aware of the problem and doing something to move it forward.
Yeah. Okay.
I have one more question on this topic. What's the status of the City Orinda chipper?
It's chipping, sir.
Oh, it is. It's out there.
Well, they rented one. The purchase hasn't happened yet, but they have one rented.
Yes, so they contracted with a crew. So a third-party commercial vendor is providing the truck, the chipper, and the crew. The City of Orinda is contracted with them, and then we are coordinating to avoid duplication. We're coordinating where they're going and what they're chipping.
So are we going to include those stats? Are those stats included in the fire prevention report?
No, sir. There are no stats for it because they have not come up with a number of options have been provided for how to track their productivity. We use ArcGIS via collector. That has been offered as an option for them to use as well. The city is still working through what they would like to do with regard to licenses and so forth. And so there is not the same metrics we have for our chipping, which are available on our fuel mitigation dashboard on the website. That similar information is not available for the contracted crew that Orinda has retained until they resolve, until they essentially determine which of those options they would like to use.
Okay. Well, maybe that's something for the Measure R subcommittee to wrestle with. I would think they would want that number.
I would too.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll talk to Dennis.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, Marcia, what's next?
I have a, before we close out, just to close out the fire chief update. We've continued preparations for wildfire season. We've had a number of joint drills with CONFIRE and surrounding agencies. Lucas Lambert has organized a tabletop sand table exercise for a wildfire scenario in North Orinda that all of our crews have now been through on all 3 shifts. Jeff was able to utilize some of his experience with CAL FIRE to talk through the integration of out of area state resources, which was very useful. And that is all coming together. Culminated this week with a series of meetings Dennis organized in his role as our emergency preparedness manager to arrange a meeting of the fire chiefs and police chiefs for the Moraga-Orinda area to ensure our evacuation planning is coordinated and synchronized. That will all culminate in a series of virtual evacuation exercises in July and August, matching what we've done in previous years. So everything up to the point that the residents evacuate. And that will allow us both internally to make sure we have refined our information transfer and our development of the common operating picture between fire, law, dispatch, and CWS to make sure those processes are working and those information pathways are established, but also to stress test the CWS on community-wide evacuations to ensure that the message they're putting out are being received and give residents an opportunity to confirm that they will, 1, receive them, and 2, if they did not, to follow up the CWS to figure out what went wrong in the information transfer. So fire season is just about upon us. We would encourage everybody who has not done so already to turn to on their fuel mitigation work. It's never too late. And we do continue to see significant fire prevention resources be absorbed by a small number of parcels, many of whom are very aware of the requirements of the fire code because we met with them last year. And that's a source of continued frustration for me that we're unable to move on into other areas of the community that require education and outreach because we haven't been there yet because we're still stuck on go trying to get the roadsides, the major evacuation routes and the large parcels to get those into compliance again, given that the requirements are largely unchanged for those parcels from prior years. So that continues to be our focus as we move into what is likely to be a long and potentially damaging fire season. With coming off the 4th driest winter in California history, with significant portions of the north and inland areas of the state in extreme drought conditions, which obviously will only get worse as we move farther into the year. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or conclude the fire chief report.
Good job. I'm glad we're ready. Thank your team for being ready. Any other questions from the board? Marcia, what's next? So I see a communication received. So, Marcia, are you going to talk to this or the chief or what's, so we're just noting that it happened?
I can talk to this. We did receive a communication from Mary Anderson. It was included in the packet. Just an additional voice about not consolidating.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anything other than that? So we talked about the future agenda item for the types of meetings Director Danziger wanted. And I think I would just add to that the ability, because I find the Zoom, having more people participate is a good thing. And we need to figure out, I think it's hard for any public organization to expect that everybody shows up in a room. And so I think whatever we can do, hopefully with an eye to a small budget, to facilitate having, a camera of some kind in the room to be able to show what's going on, or at least, the ability for people to, again, just have one camera and see the whole thing. And I'm not sure we need to see them. Shouldn't be, I think Orinda does that already. So many organizations do that. I would like to see that, if we could study that for the next agenda.
Yeah, agreed. That'd be good.
Okay, Marcia.
We do not, any public comment, no hands raised or any written public comment.
Okay, so I'll then close the public comment on. And do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Excellent. Marcia?
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
President Jorgens.
Aye. Thank you all for attending and good